ear too melanated for you to understand what the words that's coming out my mouth.
I couldn't see whether the mic was off.
We're just waiting for the mayor to start the meeting.
Courtney, you're always smiling.
Okay, if we have everyone, we can call this to session. We'll start the February 2nd meeting of the Lawrence City Commission. And we start these meetings with comments from our Creative and Resource Director, Porter O'Neill, about how the meeting will be operated.
The meeting's gonna be operated very differently today because I don't feel like sitting here with all my time. It is Black History Month. I like to be with my people. What we can is not, we don't have much, so it shouldn't take much of your time to get us up out your hair. Can we get that
Excuse
respect?
me.
Can we get that respect for Black History Month?
Okay,
The shortest month of the year you guys chose to give us. Can we get a little respect for Black History Month? I'm not even trying to be aggressive. I don't even have the energy today. I only got a couple of things to speak upon, and then I can be out your hair.
Well, if you would allow us to get to public comment, and
I don't have time for
under the
comment.
open meetings law, we have to open with a couple comments, and then we can get to public comment.
Jail. I have people innocent people sitting in jail while their families are dying, so I really don't have time for your public comments. I really don't. We can talk about the $20 million police station y'all just built, or you guys want to talk about the $225,000 budget you guys spent on the signs. We can talk about the raggedy tits you guys got and $338,000 for a porta potty. Or do y'all want to start with Marcia Garcia being your assistant city attorney? That she gets to do objections when defenses request information about officers, and her husband Garcia is a police officer. So we can talk about the conflict of interest of that.
Since we can't officially start the meeting until we have the comments, let's go ahead and come back in 10 minutes.
You want me to wait for you for 2 minutes?
Okay,
Please.
we'll go ahead and, oh. See if we have everyone back.
Stop using the police as a threat to black people. More coming.
Okay, Mayor.
Okay, welcome to the February 2nd meeting of the Lawrence City Commission. We start the meeting with the operation of the meeting from Port Ornell, our Communications and Creative Resource Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Porter Arneal, and I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access channel 25. During the meeting, when you are not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found in the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, I may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name every time you speak for the benefit of those listening remotely. You can also turn your video camera on or off by clicking the video icon in the menu. For the purposes of this public meeting, when you are participating in the meeting, please keep your video on. When you are not participating in the meeting, it is okay to turn your video off. You will be able to still listen to the meeting when your video is off. You'll just have to remember to turn your video back on when you're participating. Turning your video off when you are not participating will help make sure that the active meeting participants can be seen on the screen. In some cases, I may turn someone's video off if they are not actively participating to avoid visual distraction during the meeting. You can always turn your video back on during the meeting. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone and *9 to raise your hand. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen, you will see the choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker, while gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Finkeldye.
Mayor Finkeldye, I'll take roll call before we have the city clerk read her statement. Vice Mayor Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Boley?
Here.
Commissioner Ananda?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
We'll now hear from our city clerk on the operations of the public meeting.
This is Sherry Redeman, City Clerk. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Mayor Finkeldye, yes.
Okay, my connection is a little unstable, so please let me know if you have any issues. So I'm just going to provide a few procedural reminders for the virtual meeting. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak, and all motions need to be stated clearly. Mayor, after a motion is made and seconded, you will need to call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. City staff, you must also state your name and title each time you speak. When the mayor calls for public comment on an item, individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to provide comments. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu, depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. The mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak following social distancing and safety protocols, and the regular 3-minute time limit apply. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Finkeldye, the first action is to approve the agenda, and I know we have several people there for public comment. I know of at least 3, and I know a couple items from the consent are going to be pulled, so that might take a while. So I'd recommend we move the public comment ahead of the consent agenda. I would make that motion.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by the mayor, a second by Commissioner Lawson. The mayor votes aye. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley, Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
With the agenda approved, I'll read our statement on the public meeting, public comment, then we'll open it to public comment. The public is allowed to speak to items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or the regular agenda portions of the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission, and each person shall be limited to 3 minutes. Porter, I believe we have someone present to speak, and we can start with that person, then we'll move to the other folks who have signed up.
Okay. Please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna go with what you just said about the rules. And you guys' mission statement is supporting an unmistakably vibrant community with an initiative, equitable, transparent, and responsible local government. I don't see no transparency when we come in here. You guys do the little half uncomfortable smile you guys always do, and don't respond. So the first thing I'm gonna start off with is the last time we came here, we discussed the disparity in the Douglas County Jail, which basically boils down to Lawrence Police Department targeting African-American people. So we wanted to know where you guys at with that. If you guys could provide us documents. We also want you guys to show us, we want records showing us, we want, what's the word I'm looking for? Stats, how many African-American people been arrested versus white people of color since the last time you guys posted about the disparity. We also are concerned because from you guys' budget, when we look at you guys' budget, you would think Lawrence is just equal all the way around. There's no disparity here. You guys are spending $20 million on a jail, $220,000 on street signs. I can think of a lot of things that the black community can do with less money than that. I also have a problem with Maria Garcia. You're an assistant city attorney. She writes the ordinance. She gets the motions filed by defense when they want police records, and she's also able to deny those requests. So we find it odd that her husband's a police officer. So wouldn't that be a conflict of interest if defense attorneys are requesting anything on her husband and is getting denied, or any other officer, or even leaking information to other officers? Because if a defense attorney is requesting disciplinary acts on another officer, you guys are trusting that Maria's not laying in the bed discussing that with her husband. He's not letting the other officers know that somebody's on him. Let's see, where else we going with this? Hold on, give me 1 second. Got a couple more things for you guys. We also want to know what's been done since, I believe, 2015, when you guys requested, January 2015, you guys did a $1,500 bonus for Spanish-speaking officers. We want to know, what have you guys done since then to get Spanish-speaking officers, so we don't have another situation like in a Washington case where you had a rookie officer that spoke Spanish that was supposed to be translating that ended up leading a homicide investigation case. So the next time we come in here, we'd like the answer to that. And let's see. Give me 2 seconds, hold on. My nerves is bad, I get tired of going in here. You guys, these principles you guys have, character, competence, courage, all that commitment, it's a bunch of bull. You guys need to change your mission statement as well, because you're not transparent at all.
Thank you. Is there
You guys not gonna cover, but we can keep the 3 minutes going.
anyone else present?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, we do.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christopher Langwell. I've never spoken at one of these before. I just wanted to come up here and talk about some of the injustices against Ron Torres and Albert Wilson. And I know a lot of you may be thinking that this doesn't pertain to City Hall, but I think it's a reflection of Lawrence, Kansas, and as the publicity continues to grow on both of these cases, I think it's gonna make Lawrence look bad, and I hope that Suzanne Valdez will take a look at both of these cases because I think it'll help make Lawrence a safer place.
Any other comments?
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. Anyone else present?
Transparency's in your mission statement, so when can we get answers to the things that we just requested? Because that is in your mission statement to be transparent. So when can we come back, or when you guys will set a special meeting so we get answers to our concerns?
Mayor Finkeldine, we can work on having staff get those answers. There's several different parts there, so we'll work on that.
Okay, would you like us to come back to the next city commission meeting? Or do you guys want to have a meeting so you can show the community that you guys are concerned about what's going on?
Mayor Finkeldine, we can talk about that. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, certainly we can work on getting some of those answers, some data that you've asked for. And so we can work on that. We can talk to the city manager and others about figuring out how to schedule that, so.
And can we get those reports to Lawrence Journal-World to show the change since the last time we checked on the disparity between black people and other people getting arrested in Lawrence? Can we see, get that to Lawrence Journal-World so we can see if there's been any changes, because that's very important, especially when you guys are recruiting black young African-American men to come here to play on your basketball team and your football team, and then they end up in jail. So what we need to do is we need to show that there's progress, and we don't want you guys get any boards of people that look like us that ain't never been through what we want. We want y'all to get people on boards that been through it and have succeeded so they can help others, not people that just sitting there because they're black and never been through nothing. We're tired of you guys doing that too.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you. If no one else is present to give the comments, I believe we have, Sherry, 2 people signed up for public comment that I know of. I don't know if we can get Sherry there. I know Steve Scanlon has signed up for public comment, so we'll let him proceed as we try to get Sherry back. But Steve, go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Steve Scannell. I'm here tonight to comment on some of the key details related to the Stratford Water Tower project that you recently asked staff to consider and to discuss with the neighbors, but which I'm concerned may not be implemented without a stronger statement of support from the commission. Specifically, I'm asking that you advise staff that you would support the added cost of stained and brick pattern concrete, a variance to utilize ADA curb ramps and rollback curbs for the shared path entry details if Chris King feels they would meet the fire department's needs, and to move the water tower as far west as possible. Regarding the cost of the colored and brick pattern concrete, I did a quantity takeoff, consulted with several contractors and suppliers to confirm current costs and calculate they would add around $25,000 to $30,000 to the project cost. For a $3.4 million project, I think that's a very small price to pay to minimize the aesthetic impact this huge amount of concrete would have on the park. Since the 16-foot fire lane wasn't discussed during the SUP approval process, your support would also help to address the key planning requirement that the project should not, quote, cause significant adverse impacts on the natural environment, unquote. Regarding the shared path entrance detail, what I'm proposing is basically identical to a fire lane sidewalk entrance that KU recently installed between the dorms on Daisy Hill, which you can see in the photo in the written comments I submitted. The 10-foot wide ADA curb ramp and drivable rollback curbs and sidewalks on each side of it would be built using 8-inch thick concrete that would match the residential streets around it and would carry the weight of a fire truck on those rare occasions it needs to travel it. I've also included photos that show a side view of the rollback curbs and ADA ramps, so you can see how drivable they are. Fold down bollards, which use a standard hydrant wrench for lowering, and a larger view of the east entrance detail that shows the 8-inch thick concrete sidewalks and rollback curbs would be the same width as the city's standard radius driveway detail, which you can see superimposed below that. This proposed variance would meet the same structural and turning requirements of a standard city driveway detail, but in a way that preserves the appearance of a bike path instead of the industrial look of a road. And it would also improve public safety since it wouldn't look like a road. There would be less chance that motorists would try to drive on it by accident. Regarding the new water tower's location, I understand that moving it west an additional 8 feet or so may seem like a lot of work for little gain, but it is worth doing. It won't add any cost to the project, and since it should only take a few hours of drafting time to update the construction drawings, questions about consultant fees and schedules should not be an issue. Doing so would maximize the green space in the park, which has always been the neighbors' #1 priority, and it ensures that future playfield options aren't limited by the current tower location. It would also clarify the original intent of our discussions, which I believe were based on the idea of moving the new water tank to be within 30 feet of the existing water tank, although the motion's language said to move it towards the west. This is similar to the unintended language that said to add a 10-foot sidewalk and light pole on the west, instead of saying to extend the 10-foot bike path to the west and to add a light pole along the north shared path for public safety. I realize you don't normally discuss or take action on public comments like this, but since I'm here to follow up on a past agenda item, I'm asking that you please consider my comments and refer them to staff along with a statement from you that you do in fact support these 3 recommendations. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you, Steve, and we will certainly be sure that staff receives and looks at your report. I know the last person I know that had signed up in advance was Steve Watts. So Steve Watts, you can proceed. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Yeah, hi, Stephen Watts, Lawrence, Kansas. Here we are, the 1st of February. Have we made any progress in identifying why the town ran a black police professional out of town on the QT and nobody knows about it except you guys and the police union? It's a rhetorical question, I understand, but the community still waits for an answer, particularly after we see and witness our United States of America Capitol attacked by people who very well may have had the support of police professionals, which moves us into the next area of questioning. I had sent some questions that I have asked. I had sent an email in to Mr. Arneal because it said, what questions? Okay, I sent in a couple of questions, and I understand that there are a lot of questions about this stuff. It isn't going to go away when you hire police professionals to review police professionals, which is what has gone on with our town, paying a bunch of police people. They've all come forward and said, hey, you got good police people. They sent us the reports really quickly. I'm sure they did. They get sent out things good. But anyway, I sent in a request. How much is the town paying for legal assistance to support these police professionals that we have in our department to beat people up and go to court? I specifically am talking about, what's the name of that case? Hiller versus Ramsey. I sent that question. Is there an answer tonight for how much did the town of Lawrence pay private legal counsel to support Lawrence police officers in the beating of people? Whether the beating was justifiable or not is another story. First, we need to establish how much money is our town paying to defend these people. Is that part of the police budget, or does it come from another source? How do we track the money? That's my question, Mr. Mayor, in that specific case. How much money did our town pay to defend these police professionals. And I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. And I don't know if Sherry's back. I know to be able to call on folks, but I believe Chris Flowers has raised his hand, and so I recognize Chris Flowers. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. As you all know, the new speed campaign is underway, and once again, I'm going to complain about it. The more I think about it, the more unfair I think it is. I just wonder, how is it fair that some whiny parents complain to the city about motorists potentially hitting their kids or pets, and then the city solves the problem by going after the motorists while completely ignoring any actions by the parents that also contribute to the problem? Last week, I saw a sign in someone's yard with the warning that kids and pets were at play. Isn't it against city code for a cat or dog to be out in the city without a leash? So as we bring the police into this to get them to help reduce accidents, shouldn't they also be giving out tickets to pedestrians not following rules or people letting their pets out? Wouldn't people not letting their pets out and not letting their kids play in the street contribute to less accidents in the street? I think so. So why was it, when coming up with the police enforcement aspect of this safety campaign, that police enforcement of non-motorist actions that can lead to accidents was not considered? I'll tell you why. Because whenever there's a problem that whiny white picket fence Karens have, the solution the city takes is the one that's best for the Karens. When the Karens were complaining about the traffic on 24th Street between Castle and Crossgate, did the city do the smart thing and put in sidewalks so pedestrians would be out of the street to begin with? No, that would mean the Karens would have a sidewalk in their yard whose upkeep they'd be financially responsible for. So of course, the city put in speed bumps, so when people do get hit, the cars won't be going as fast. And that's how it is. Whenever these whiny parents complain, the city solution is one that affects other groups, but not the parents complaining about the problem to begin with. Although I am against the police enforcement aspect of this new speed campaign, I would be okay with it if the police were also enforcing ordinances that those wanting the police to enforce rules are breaking themselves. The fact that only motorists are being targeted for the rules they're breaking, while cops completely ignore the ordinances that the whiny parents are breaking, seems highly unfair to me. And I would just like to say, I appreciate Ananda for being against the police enforcement aspect, but once it became apparent that it was going to be 4-1 and that police were going to get involved, I think, Ananda, that you should have stepped up a bit more, and you should have fought to make the police enforcement more fair and equitable. And as it is now, I think only certain groups are being affected by it. So I would just like to see this to be more fair if we are going to be involving police. But I'd rather not the police be involved at all. But just if they are, it should be more fair. Thank you.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you. I believe Sherry's got her internet back. So we're going to go back to our traditional model. If you are someone who would like to speak, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature button. Or if you're present, you can let Sherry know, and then Sherry will call upon you.
Michael Davidson, please unmute and go state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm going to start my timer because I want to stay within the 3 minutes. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about the Lawrence Economic Development Strategy recommendations that Ernst & Young released in December. I want to talk to goal number 2, which is we create policies, programs, and partnerships that enhance the character and culture of the community. Under that goal, there is a strategy. Create programs that recover, sustain, and grow the arts and entertainment community. Recently, I've been sharing a lot of stories that I have seen from papers around the country. One about in Southampton, where they actually have legislated that landlords put local art in their storefronts. If the building is not currently occupied, they actually have a fine if you don't do it. There's a community in upstate New York in Cherry Valley, which has seen great success of having installations in, again, storefronts that are not currently occupied. And even in Yakima, Washington, when I lived in Washington State, a story about that I've seen. I think it's a wonderful idea. I spoke to Porter a little bit about today. I've already spoken to Margaret at the Art Center and Sally at downtown Lawrence Inc. and Bonnie at the Chamber. And I would love to see if we can put a plan into action. My recommendation is we bring it to the Arts Commission, explore Lawrence, would love to come to a meeting, discuss with them, and let's come up with a plan. I do not want to penalize a landlord if they don't put art in their storefront, but can we look at ways to incentivize that? Again, it fits into Lawrence as an arts community. It could give us the opportunity to feature new artists in town and again, enhance the downtown when the stores are not occupied, and we look at a way to incentivize the landlords to do that. So that's all I want to say. You guys have a great rest of the evening. I actually like the public comment part before the main meeting, because sometimes you sit around a long time before you can speak, but have a good evening, everybody.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. If there is anyone else who would like to provide comment that's participating via Zoom, please either turn on your video
And raise your hand or use the raised hand feature. Okay? Chad Osdall, you can unmute. Please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Go to the city website and hit agenda and then let me in.
Can you unmute Chad?
Yeah, Casey. Here it is. Okay. Chad, you should be able to unmute.
There I am, right?
Yes.
You hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was gonna start over. I was here to ask about the question I made last week, if we could get an answer to that, and to ask another question this week, which is what exactly does it do for the city to preset our evaluation scores? It doesn't affect my raise at all. So obviously it doesn't cost the city anything. Doesn't save the city any money. I hope there's some other reason, but the only reason I can see that this evaluation scores are preset is to set the employees that much closer to disciplinary action and having their merit raise taken, you know, if the city decides to fund the merit raise. So it has absolutely nothing to do with our job performance. And you tell me that it's perfectly fair and ethical because it doesn't affect my raise. Just because it doesn't affect my raise does not make it fair and ethical to preset evaluation scores in the first place. Has absolutely nothing to do with our job performance. Why else would you call it a performance evaluation? If you're gonna do things differently and just have a supervisor's opinion of his employees or a department head's opinion of his employees, you should write it down that way. That way you could be proud to stand up and say, no, we're doing it just the way it's written right here, and be proud to stand up in commission meeting and say, we're doing everything we said we would. instead of putting it off, not answer the questions, run me around in circles for 2 years since we asked Craig to do a staff follow-up. I would think that he'd be able to answer after 2 years of practicing with me and him and all the other department heads that I've had to meet with in the past 2 years. You know, I'm still asking the same damn question I asked at the beginning, but every time I go to a different meeting, I get a different excuse and never a reason why it's fair and ethical to preset evaluation scores on what you call a employee performance evaluation. Thank you very much. And I really hate to waste your time bitching and moaning, but as I said last week, I've requested this to be put on the city's agenda
Mayor,
for 2-3 months now. Thank you for your time, and I'll leave you alone. Have a good evening. Did you get all that?
Mayor Finkelhauer, we did get that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll get out of here. Thank you.
Sherry, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on public comment?
No, Mayor.
Oh,
Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't see that, sorry.
I'm sorry, Mayor. There is one more individual, Jay, and I apologize. Vahege, please unmute, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Jay Vegi. I am the Executive Director of the Eastern Kansas for the Justice Initiative Youth Council, an organization that is actively working to bring justice to our communities. I wanted to ask you guys a few questions, and I also wanted to provide a law that we've been working on that I hope you guys will consider and put on the agenda. A big questionable thing I think that a lot of people are echoing throughout the city and county is if the city actively voted against the expansion of the jail with the tax increase, in what way, shape, or form did you guys have the power, authority, or right to go against those what the city had advised on and do what you guys wanted to do yourselves? And then secondly, the law that I wanted to talk to you guys, and I'd like in my community and other communities, like it's more back and forth dialogue. Not sure why your guys' is like public comment, no response. But anyways, I wanted you guys to be aware of Breonna Taylor's municipal law. It has it's a combination of different laws that change policing policies. It has 12 different viable steps to lowering police violence by 80 to 90%. And that includes de-escalation. It includes duty to intervene for, say, one officer is acting too aggressive, the other officer has an obligation to protect the person that's being assaulted by the officer and to stop the officer. There's multiple trainings as well and different things that we have. And so I'd love to get your guys' emails and send you guys that law. This is something that my organization is pushing in cities all across this state. And, you know, Lawrence is the bastion for many of us across the state for what is next to come for Kansas. And so when we're looking at all of the months that have passed since George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, we're looking to Lawrence to see changes, to see the growth. I actually am from Emporia, Kansas, and in Emporia, my city, they say, hey, we don't change. We don't they don't want to be the first city to make those changes, but they look to cities like yours. And so in the same concept, I'm looking to your city as well to make those changes because what you guys do there affects what we do here. And so I want to send you guys, I want to get your guys' emails. I want to send that to you guys. And I want you guys to commit this year, this month. This month is Black History Month. We honor the sacrifices, the struggles, the fight for justice, equality, and equity, and we still have so much further to go. And it's our responsibility as the people of this state to do what is right and to do what is just. And it's not always easy. It's not always comfortable, but we have to do the right thing. And I'm calling on each one of you guys to do that, quit politicking and realize that our lives are on the line, and every moment that you waste, someone's going to die, someone's going to get sent to prison, and injustice and tyranny will continue. So it's our job, it's your job, you were elected to do that, and I'd like to work with you guys to help you get there. Thank you.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. And now we can get your emails, or emails are on now on the website too. Sherry, are there any other, you see any other public comment?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. Then we will move to the consent agenda.
Follow-up for the question we had. Thank you.
The consent agenda, all matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Do any of the commissioners wish to pull any items off the consent agenda?
Commissioner Boley, B9I, please.
B9I. Mayor Finkel, anyone else? See, member of the public wish to pull any items off the agenda, consent agenda?
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Mayor, there was one member of the public that also was interested in speaking to B9I. And at this point, no one has indicated
By raising their hand that they would like to pull an item, and there is no longer anyone in the commission room. So it looks like it's just B9I.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Thank you. I look for a motion on the rest of the consent agenda besides B9I.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I move to approve the consent agenda accepting item B9I.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Ananda, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye. Consent agenda passes 5-0. We'll now move to B9I. And Commissioner Bully?
Commissioner Boley, thank you, Mayor. I've received comments from members of the public regarding this item. Some folks have expressed concern about what they perceive to be the partisan nature of the letter. And so I would like to have the record include the statement issued by Congresswoman Liz Cheney, Republican of Wyoming, on January 12th as a response to those concerns. I don't want to go into the whole statement now, but I would like to suggest that we do that. And if you need me to read it, I can do that.
Mayor Finkel, I just want to supplement that into the item.
Into the record, yes, please. Commissioner Ball, yes.
Okay, any questions for Commissioner Bully on that? If not, this would be a public comment item. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, they can raise their hand and Sherry will call on you. And Sherry, unless you tell me someone comes back into the room, I will just call and ask for people on Zoom to raise their hand, either electronically or you raising their hand via the video, and Sherry will call upon you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. That sounds good, Mayor. Stephen Watts, if you'll please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Stephen Watts. I was surprisingly thrilled by what Commissioner Larson wrote, taking a stand instead of punting, which is what our town typically does, irrespective of the fact that we like to call ourselves progressive. Anyway, what a great letter she spent writing for us. And Stuart, you're doing a good job representing those people who are so cowardly that they don't want to step forward and publicly say that they wanted to see our country overthrown by a bunch of hooligans riding up the steps of our Congress. The concern comes back to how many were involved on the interior of doing this, because you just don't walk up those steps like what happened. How many people in our hallowed law enforcement community are sympathetic to that manner of noise? It's something to think about from where I sit. Anyway, thank you so much, Commissioner Larson, for your efforts. I'm done.
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item?
Looks like, Mayor Finkel, that looks like Chris Flowers.
Yes, Chris Flowers, please unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just want to say I am pleased with this letter, and I would definitely be okay with sending this. I think this is how the majority of the town feels, and I know not everyone's gonna feel the same way, but I mean, the majority of the town does feel this way. And the majority of this town does not want Trump to be able to take office again. I mean, I think at least 50% of this town feels like he's an actual threat to our democracy. Thank you.
Sherry Reedman, City Clerk, I believe that's it, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, I would bring it back to the commission and see if there's any other comments or motions. I would only note that I think it's, it is set up as a letter which each of us sign, as opposed to a letter that, is directed, or a resolution of some forth. I think that's an important distinction here, and I appreciate it being set up that way. Any other comments or motions?
This is Commissioner Larson. I move to approve and authorize the city commission to send the letter.
Commissioner Nanda, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There's a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ananda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Passes 5-0. We'll now move on.
Commissioner Boley, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure that the record will reflect the statement. If staff needs direction to do that, then I would like for us to provide that.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Sherry, would you need a motion for that, or is the direction enough?
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. We don't need a motion for that, but I think it would be good if you had some consensus that that all commissioners were good, or at least a majority were good adding that.
Mayor Finkel, I think typically having information in the packet is good, but does any other commissioner object?
No.
Seeing none,
Sherry Reedman, City Clerk.
Make sure that that's included in the minutes, which are linked to the agenda.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. And thank you,
Commissioner Boley. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Then we will move on to our regular agenda. And item number 1 is to consider authorizing the city manager to execute a supplemental agreement to the engineering services related to the farmland remediation. I'm not sure who gets to take this. Andy, maybe?
Yes, that'll be me. Trevor, are you going to be sharing your screen? Where's Trevor? Yes, Trevor Flynn, General Manager, Municipal Services and Operation. Yes, I will share my screen. I'm trying to get the presentation up.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Andy Inns, Engineering Program Manager for the Municipal Services and Operations Department. I will be presenting an update on the farmland remediation project. I'm also here tonight to help answer any questions and run the presentation are Trevor Flynn, General Manager of Environment, Health, and Science with the MSO Department, and Dave Hempelman and Travis Kogel with GHD Services. So I'll provide a brief history of the farmland remediation site, as brief as can be with considering the site. The city acquired the site in 2010 and is responsible for remediation of the site under consent order by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Activities on the site are regulated by multiple permits and subject to the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, better known as NPDES, which regulates water leaving the site. The Water Appropriation Act, which regulates the amount of groundwater pumped and surface water stored. And environmental use controls, such as the Soil Waste Management Plan, which regulates the disturbance of soil on the site. So the original farmland property included 467 acres. The city developed much of the property as the Venture Park Business Park. The remaining remediation site is approximately 168 acres, and it's shown on this map here with the blue outline. This site also includes the Stormwater Regional Detention Pond for Venture Park Business Park. Little project background. From 2010 to 2017, the city followed the previously approved remediation strategy of pumping nitrogen impacted groundwater, storing it in those 2 on-site above ground storage tanks, then pumping the stored water north of the Kansas River for land application to farm fields. This strategy was not sustainable due to changing site conditions, including the changing nitrogen concentrations in the groundwater and the surface water, and then reduced demand on the farm fields. In 2018, the city engaged the services of GHD to review historical data, evaluate the current site conditions, and propose remedial alternatives or modifications to the previously approved remedial strategy. GHD performed a data gap study in 2019 to investigate those changing nitrogen compound concentrations in the groundwater and to obtain additional soil and groundwater chemistry data across the site. The data gap study found that current groundwater extraction system may require modification to improve capture of impacted groundwater, and that the groundwater system down gradient of those east pond areas, and we'll see a map here in a minute, provides no apparent remedial benefit. So GHD also completed a cost benefit analysis, which included a comprehensive list of detailed remedial technologies that may be appropriate for the site. They performed an initial qualitative screening of the alternatives to recommend technologies for both soil and groundwater, considered to be the most appropriate and likely to achieve those remedial goals. For soil, some of the remedial technologies could include capping, vegetated cover, composting, constructed wetlands, and off-site disposal. For groundwater, those could include wetlands again, a packaged treatment plant, on-site hydraulic containment, and discharge to the sanitary sewer or surface water. KDHE reviewed and approved the recommended list of technologies in July of 2020. So while we had a list of technologies, we need to find out how much groundwater there is and what the concentration is. So that's needed in order to size the remedial technologies and then further evaluate the technologies that were initially included in that cost-benefit analysis. These must also be considered in coordination with the Kansas River wastewater treatment plant improvements that are in design right now, and then the field operations campus project that you've seen before. Just last week, we had a meeting with Black & Veatch, who's working on the Kansas River plant improvements, and had some ideas in discussion with them about this project as well. So the proposed scope of work will be implemented over 12 months. It will include installation of 17 additional monitoring wells, 8 in the alluvial aquifer and 9 in the perched aquifer that's up above that. And then sampling of those 17 proposed wells, as well as the 30 existing monitoring wells. That sampling data will be used to update the site conceptual model. The scope of work also includes installation of up to 3 additional containment wells. And then the number of containment wells installed will depend on the results of the monitoring well sampling, the conceptual model, and pumping tests on the initial containment well. Finally, the scope of work includes a remedial alternative workshop that will include a detailed evaluation of the potential remedial technologies, and will likely include city staff and consultants to the city, including KU, Black & Veatch, Dake Wells, the design team for the Field Ops campus. GHD will develop a technical memo that will document the consensus reached during the workshop, prioritize the remedial technologies, and then identify which technologies require pilot testing and what the pilot testing requirements are. Now, here's a map of an example of where those monitoring wells are, and then where the additional containment wells are. This map doesn't have a legend with it. The kind of purple colors are the new monitoring wells, and then the 3 just north of the railroad tracks are the new recovery wells. Those are labeled. We do have a better map if we want to look at that after the presentation. So for project funding, the farmland remediation project is funded in the 2021 through 2025 CIP through future general obligation debt. The 21 CIP will be revised to have $250,000 for the proposed scope of work, and then some site improvements associated with the containment wells, including 3-phase power, driveways, that type of thing. The project costs will vary depending on the selected and approved remediation strategies. The cost benefit analysis included screening level costs, but those will be refined during the remedial alternative workshop through pilot testing and then during design of the remedial technologies. Anticipated future work will begin with pilot or bench testing of the selected remedial technologies if necessary. Any change to the previously approved remediation strategy will require coordination with and approval by KDHE to formally revise the remedial action plan. Site improvements may occur concurrently and in coordination with the field operations campus project, and could include road improvements and the removal of the above ground storage tanks, piping, and other debris. design and construction of the selected remedial alternatives will occur after approval of a revised remedial action plan. And then whichever alternatives are selected will require operation, monitoring, and maintenance for the life of the project. So some of the farmland remediation project aligns with several of the strategic plan outcomes and commitments. For the efficient, effective processes, the project is a core service that has legal obligations to meet remedial action goals and clean water regulatory requirements. For environmental sustainability, the project will contribute to restoration of the site and the achievement of favorable environmental outcomes, improving water quality, and mitigating impacts to our environment through sustainable actions. For prosperity and economic security, the project is an innovative approach to provide remediation objectives while improving site conditions for beneficial uses and future redevelopment. And then with infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity, achieving the remedial action goals will provide opportunities for this site to be a safe area connecting with the surrounding neighborhoods and ensure impacts from former farmland operations do not impact the neighboring areas. So the action item we're considering tonight is to authorize the city manager to execute supplemental agreement number 2 to the engineering services agreement with GHD in the amount of $207,974 for the farmland remediation project. And with that, I think we will be open for questions and discussion.
Mayor Finkeldye, any commissioners have questions?
Commissioner Arson, I just have just one right now. The number of monitoring wells that you're proposing that are going to be completed in the alluvial aquifer as well as the perched aquifer, is there a reason why you picked the number you did, 9 and 8, I guess it is?
Andy Inns, MSO engineer. I think I'll defer to Dave Himpelman or Travis Kogel if they don't mind answering that.
No, I don't mind. Yeah, we actually worked that out with the agency. This is David Himpelman with GHD. We worked that out with the agency. They requested additional monitoring wells, and we identified a need in the north and the west part of the site that was not well defined as far as the nitrate and ammonia concentrations. And then there were some other locations on the south side of the railroad tracks as well that lacked definition. So we needed to investigate both the perched zone, which is the superficial wetted zone. I wouldn't call it an aquifer per se. And then in the alluvial zone, where the contaminants are most prevalent off-site to the northwest.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much.
Sure.
So the map that I'm looking at shows the remedial lines, remediation lines. That's not included as part of this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It's
I
just
think
the
those
what?
are just for reference from historic documents that we used to prepare the
Okay.
map.
I thought so. Just wanted to clarify that. So on the on the monitoring wells that you're proposing into the perch zone on the north of the site there, is that perch zone contaminated?
That's part of what we need to determine.
Okay.
The current network of monitoring wells isn't sufficient to answer that question.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. I didn't know if we had data or not for that. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Mayor Finkeldye, just remind everyone to introduce themselves before they speak. Any other questions before I open it to public comment?
Commissioner Arson, I'm just one more question. I was wondering, I read through the report and I just wanted to ask for a little bit clarification on one of the statements that I ran across that I was, wanting to find out more information on. And I believe it's on page, let me find it here. Page 14 of 29 in the packet. And you'll see item number 5 or section 5. And I believe it's the 9th bullet point. You see that there?
This is Dave Hempelman, yes.
And I'll just read it here. It says GHD reviewed publicly available information in a volume of case studies and is not aware of a proven technology that will successfully treat water that contains both dissolved nitrate and ammonia at the concentrations present at the site. Could you expand on that a little bit and maybe help me understand better what you mean by the word successfully treat?
Sure.
Can you go ahead and introduce yourself again?
Sure. This is Dave Hempelman with GHD. The statement was intended to capture the fact that one treatment system won't treat for ammonia and nitrate together in the same stream. You either have to treat the ammonia and make it something else and then treat the nitrate, or you treat the nitrate and make it something else and then treat the ammonia. To oversimplify it, essentially what you could do is convert the ammonia into nitrate and then treat a nitrate stream, or you could convert the nitrate into ammonia and treat an ammonia stream. But together they respond differently chemically. One reduces and one oxidizes. So it's an oxidation process versus a reducing process. That's what that's intended to capture without having to get too wordy.
Commissioner Larson, thank you. I hope that's what it was going to mean, that you could do it separately, but not necessarily with one methodology together.
That's it right there.
Yeah.
Yes,
so, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor Finkeldye, any other questions before I open it to public comment? Seeing no questions at the moment, I will open it to public comment. If anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature on Zoom, or turn your video on and wave. And Sherry will call on you.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Allman, please.
Mayor Finkeldye, I think you're muted, Sherry.
Thank you. Sherry Reederman, Michael Allman, please unmute. State your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Michael Allman. Speaking for myself tonight, but I do want to point out that back in 2017, when the nitrate accumulation reached a point that the remediation wasn't handling the situation well enough, my organization criticized the city for interim solutions, shall we say, of releasing some of that nitrate water into the Kansas River. Turns out that the concentration of that nitrate water wasn't very significant, and the monitoring that the city did at the time in the river showed that fact, and that it wasn't creating eutrophication in the river. Our organization was only concerned that in accumulation with all the other non-point source of nitrates from farmland all over the country, that it was contributing to the dead zone of the Gulf of Mexico. But we were grateful that the city, regardless of whether we thought it was a problem or not, that the city was looking at the situation, looking for solutions, as we're aware of tonight. And we certainly support the work that you're doing with the consultant And I was very happy to hear Mr. Enns mention that possible solutions could include constructed wetlands. And I would really encourage you to do that as at least part of the solution. It would handle the nitrates. I don't know, but it may not handle the ammonia. But constructed wetlands basically are growing plants using fertilizer, which are the nitrates. I mean, it's just a natural process. And by doing so, the nitrates are converted into biomass, as I understand. So I was glad to hear that that's part of the solution, and I really encourage that. The city already uses constructed wetlands in the Wakarusa wastewater plant, as I think it's the polishing end of the process. So it's not something unknown to the city, and I just wanted to point that out and encourage you to include that as part of the solution. So thank you for all the work you're doing.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to
Provide public comment on this item. Mayor, that's all the comment.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. I'll bring it back up to the commission for questions or comments. I guess my only comment is it seems like clearly this is something we have to do. I mean, obviously it's the next step in the process and the next step in what KDHE needs and our consultants need. I guess I kept thinking as I read this, this is something we have to do, and the answer is the multi-million-dollar question, not just the million-dollar question, but a multi-million-dollar question. What's the answer going to be of what we can do, to handle this? So I think obviously gathering this information and doing the cost-benefit analysis is going to be very important, and we're going to have to make some really big decisions once we have that information back. So thank you for the work on this, and certainly hopeful that this project will get us the information we need to make those difficult decisions.
Commissioner Larson, I did have one more question I forgot to ask, Mayor, if you will let me. I would, could somebody go into a little bit of detail as to what the $5.25 million is for 2022?
Andy Enns, MSO engineer. So I think originally the approved CIP for 2021 was 1.5 million, and for 22 it was 4 million, and that was based off of just some estimates of potentially starting construction in 2022, design in 21. Since we're doing this kind of intermediate step to gather more data, we are going to move some of the funding from 21 to 22, with the goal of doing some pilot testing, potentially some design starting in 22. It may be that not all 5.25 million is needed in 22, and we'd have to shift that back again when the construction will start of the selected remedial alternatives.
Commissioner Larson, thank you.
Mayor Finkel, any other questions or comments?
This is Commissioner Larson, and I just, would echo what you said, Mayor, is that this is something that we are obligated to do, and we're just not going to be able to get around it other than just go straight through it and do the work properly. These are very complicated projects, and they take multiple years to even get to a point to where you might start seeing some progress. So, we just got to move forward with it.
Commissioner Boley, I concur with the comments from the mayor and Commissioner Larson. I would like to express my appreciation for the work that staff's doing on this and the consultants. It's very important that we are responsible as we try to move forward with this. And I would also like to express my appreciation for the expertise that Commissioner Larson brings to this issue. So that really helps me have some confidence in what we're doing. And this is a very difficult issue for us and for the city. So we need to do it right. Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, David Wagner, MSO. I'd like to add a little bit just to the conversation. I know we've got a long road to hoe with the farmland site and the remediation project, but it's not without some success that we've already had. We did achieve the first closure of a Ricorous site in the state of Kansas. So we've made some progress. I think we've been doing the job, but there's a lot more to do. There's no doubt about that. And no one argues with Lisa about the complexity of that. We realize that as a staff. We think we've got a good team on it. But it's a challenge. It's a challenge from a money perspective, and it's a challenge from a technical perspective. But I think it's something that is both exciting and worrisome at the same time from a technical point of view for those of us that enjoy those kind of things. But I did want to make sure we pointed out that we have achieved some goals for the site already. Not all has been in vain, so to speak. So we appreciate the work of the team. So I just wanted to add that a little bit there. So I'm not looking for a smile, but I am looking for a little bit of, we did get some things done there. So it's good news in that way.
Mayor Finkelstein, thank you for that, David. That, it reminded me when you said that. I have no sort of experience like Commissioner Lawson, but I did happen to get a chemical engineering degree before I went to law school, and now I've forgotten everything about that. But you just reminded me of a chemical engineering professor who would say, "Oh, this is a fun project. Let's study this project." And it's one reason I went to law school instead of staying in engineering. So appreciate the work of everyone on this. It's certainly a complex issue with really not an easy answer. So appreciate the work on that.
Commissioner Larson, I just might add one thing on that RCRA closure. I believe, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was on a metals project. So metals are pretty difficult to remove from soils as well as groundwater. So the fact that we got that done, and I guess the only one in the state, which I didn't know, that's even more kudos that we're able to do that and get that off of our plate. So good job.
Mayor Finkelstein, any other comments or motions?
This is Commissioner Larson. I'll make a motion. Make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute supplemental agreement number 2 to the engineering services agreement with GHD Services Incorporated in the amount of $207,974 for the farmland remediation project. CIP number MS 219700.
Commissioner Ananda, second.
Mayor Finkelstein, there's a motion by Commissioner Lawson, a second by Commissioner Nanda. Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Finkelstein, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you again for your work on that, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you all back here after we get the results. We'll now move to agenda item number 2, which is discussion of the rules and procedures for meeting of the governing body.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Porter's going to help me out on this since I'm on a small screen trying to manage the minutes and the PowerPoint. Tonight, we wanted to, as we look at our different programs and processes to ensure alignment with the strategic plan, we wanted to have a discussion on the management of commission meetings. Are we good?
We're good.
Okay. So, why is effective meeting management important? It assists the governing body, all of you, in achieving your goals, and it also ensures equity and transparency when we have certain rules and procedures in place that the public can count on, and we apply those equitably. In preparation for tonight's discussion, staff created a brief survey, just some questions to get the commission thinking about things that they might want to do different. We also reviewed our current practices, and we looked at what other cities are doing. Next slide. So, get on that slide. So one of the first questions we asked is, what are we doing well? And in general, the consensus was that staff is prepared, they do a good job of anticipating commission questions, that our meetings flow well, and that overall, the meetings are well managed. We also asked, how satisfied are you with the current meeting schedule? And we were really looking at sort of the logistics of the meeting, the date, the start and end time, number of meetings, agenda posting and updates. And a few items were kind of stood out based on the comments and the feedback. I also will say, and staff as well, just sort of things that we have noticed at the meetings. We included those on our recommendations as well. So a couple of things that stood out and the conversations that I think would be good for you to have would be the meeting end time. There were comments about the late hour of the meetings, how that can limit, accessibility to the public and participation when they run late. In reviewing other cities, a large number of cities do have a set end time of their meetings. So an option for you would be to set an end time for your meetings. It would require a motion to extend the meeting beyond that. You would also have the option to recess to another day or time to finish the business that had not been resolved. And before we move forward, Mayor, I wanted to go ahead and ask, do you all want to sort of discuss these items as we go through, or return to them, after we've gone through the whole PowerPoint?
Mayor Finkel, I think let's go through the whole PowerPoint, then we might ask you to put it back up and go back through it. But start with the whole PowerPoint.
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Thank you. Some other discussion items that came out of that was the agenda posting and updates. So limited time to study materials was a concern. Receiving all of the attachments at the same time. Some comments were about limiting the updates. Again, that kind of just refers back to receiving all of the attachments at the same time. In terms of recommendations, at this time, staff doesn't recommend a change to the agenda posting schedule. We just don't feel like we could accommodate an earlier posting and have the comprehensive reports that we have. But what we can do is, we can work with staff to ensure that the updates are limited, that only those items, bond items, last minute updates are really limited to necessity, and that becomes the exception, not the rule. Next slide. So we also asked just about the different procedures for each of the following, and then just the order of the agenda.
Oops. All right.
That's okay. And again, there were, in general, most of what we're doing is working well, but there were a few items that were identified for possible improvement. Go ahead to the next slide. So the consent agenda. So many times items are pulled for comment from the consent agenda, but they are ultimately approved by all the commissioners, and sometimes the intent is not really to not approve it, but just to provide comment on it. But when that happens, each of those items requires a separate motion, and it does just add a little bit to the meeting time, and it can be difficult for the public to plan for the timing of the regular agenda. So again, a lot of the cities that we looked at have handled their consent agenda a little bit different than we do. So we've listed some recommendations for you to consider. The items could be pulled. Items that are pulled for a conversation or for a separate vote would move to the regular agenda. And then there would be a time included in the agenda where commissioners would be allowed to comment on those items, but they wouldn't be pulled. And again, most cities handled that a little bit differently, but that general thing. Some provided comments before they voted, some provided comments after the vote. So those are just some options to consider. And then on commission items, as you know, we currently list sort of 3 separate items or action items under commission items, which means if a commissioner wants to pull an agenda or add an agenda item at a work session or other comments, those are separated out. And if we just removed those and just had it listed as commission items, and then each commissioner would have, if they so choose, discuss any of the items that they had. We just think that might add a little bit to the efficiency of it, but still give the same intent. So executive sessions. Generally on this, there was just conversations about or comments on where's the best place to put the executive session. It seemed like the majority felt that the beginning of the meetings would be good. So some things we could do would have staff schedule those at the beginning of the meeting. Agendas could then note the estimated time that the commission would return to the regular meeting. That way the public could show up to the meeting or join the meeting at that time instead of having to sit through the executive session. We also can consider earlier start times when we have an executive session, obviously if that works with commissioner schedules. Next slide, please. Work sessions. So we had also, aside from some of the comments on work sessions, we also asked the commission if they would be interested in adding regular agenda items to the work session. That's the second Tuesday of the month. So adding regular agenda items currently to that second meeting requires approval by the commission. So we have to plan a little bit ahead for that. Like tonight we had on consent agenda, we had an action to add regular agenda items to the next meeting. We've also had to, there have been times when commissioners have wanted to move an executive session to the end of the meeting, but because that has to be held during a regular meeting and we adjourn for the work sessions, it just creates, it limits our flexibility. So what we would recommend is that the second meeting, that all meetings would be regular meetings, that our agendas would always have a space for regular agenda items and work session items. It is not essential to adjourn to hold a work session. The commission under those items, kind of similar to what we do with public comment and other items, we could list on the agenda, provide the direction that no motion will be taken on these items. We think, again, that would increase the flexibility and that, and again, that it would just, we could make sure we include a statement so that everyone is aware that actions won't be taken on those items. Next slide. We also asked about the current virtual format to get some feedback on how that's going. In general, the comments felt that it was valuable to the commission, staff, and the public. It provides additional accessibility to the public and engagement. and participation. There were some concerns brought up about the virtual participation and ensuring that it complies with the rules and procedures. We've certainly had times where we've learned some things in terms of chat that if not everyone can see it, it may not be compliant with COMA and those things. And so we have a couple recommendations. Obviously, staff will continue to review and update the processes to ensure compliance with all rules and procedures. And then we also think that it would be a good idea to maintain the virtual meeting option when we return to in-person meetings. We don't know exactly what that would look like, but we think it certainly would be a benefit to continue some options for people to attend the meeting virtually. Next slide. So we grouped the questions sort of in two different groupings. The first was meeting management that we went over, and then we also just asked some questions about staff reports and presentations. Again, what are we doing well? What do you think of the quality of the information provided? Provide some examples of good and bad, not good, bad, but good reports, some that maybe didn't meet your expectations, just to give us a sense of what you were looking for. And then just some general feedback. Next slide. And most of the comments were that you're very satisfied with the reports and presentations, informative and useful. Some constructive criticism were that the agenda item reports are not always consistent, that links to previous agenda items are not always included. Some direction was presentation should include analysis and facts to support the recommendation. Next slide. Report should provide context. Report should include connection to strategic plan and KPIs. Reports and presentations should be concise. So in response to that, some of our recommendations are, we have a lot of flexibility in the template we use for the staff reports, and that's not really included in our resolution for rules. And so we can make changes to better direct staff on what should be included based on this feedback. So when they go to that template, it would prompt them on the things that need to be included, and then that would increase the consistency of the reports that when it's exported to the agenda. We have also identified that we probably need to do some additional staff training on our agenda management software. We've learned a lot with the software. We have new employees, and that's something we're committed to, is increasing the training so that everybody knows how to attach the proper document and include the right links. So as part of our review, we also just looked at the current resolution, and there are just some minor things that if you direct us to bring back some changes that we would need to bring that resolution back. Some of the things we looked that were found were just minor changes, but we currently don't have a procedure for choosing the providing officer in the absence of the mayor and the vice mayor. Again, this isn't a big issue. It's just in reviewing other cities' procedures, it might be a good idea to include something like that, to where the members present would vote on who's going to preside over the meeting that night. We recess often for 10 minutes or breaks, but we don't have any specific language in our resolution that states the mayor can recess at any time. Many cities have more direct language on decorum. So that's something that, if so directed, we'd like to look at and bring some. We do address decorum, but many cities are more specific about what specifically that means. And then update some of the general public comment language, and specifically that's just related to comments being directed, again, just being more consistent on the types of things that general public comment would be, which is business that is directly related to the business of this governing body. Next slide. So the recommended action, it would really just be direction to staff on any of the items that you may discuss. If there's any changes you want to see, there would be no official motion because we would need to bring back, we would bring those actions at a future meeting. And that's all I have.
Mayor Finkelstein, Sherry, thank you for that. Thank you for the surveys and bringing that back to us. Other questions for Sherry at this point before we open it to public comment? I don't see any questions at this point. And certainly we can bring it back for discussion after we hear from the public. If a member of the public would like to discuss one of these items, discuss this item, you can use the raise your hand feature and Sherry will call on you.
Ari Davis, if you would unmute, state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ari Davis, and though you guys are going over housekeeping items, I think this is great housekeeping items that I have for Lawrence, Kansas. I'm the Director of Outreach for My Better America, where we offer legal services at no charge for underserved brown and Black people who have been unjustly charged or convicted for crimes they didn't commit. My concern is that you all decided to spend millions of dollars on a new police station and street signs while you have community citizens that are in a state of emergency due to COVID. And I understand that, you know, there are certain agenda items that you guys want to cover and get through, but this is truly important. The people have lost and are losing their jobs at just a rapid rate. We all know that the state of Kansas is bombarded right now with claims, and unemployment claims are slow to process because of the inadequate system with the unemployment department right now. So what does no jobs mean? I look at it if I didn't have a job, I'd probably lose my home, I'd probably lose my car, and the ability to take care of my family, which so many people in Lawrence, Kansas are facing right now. But it doesn't seem like that's a priority for the city of Lawrence, because actions speak louder than words. And your actions were deliberate in defying the wishes of the community and proceed with building a new police station. You all are the city leaders. You all are public servants, and your main job is serving the people in the community. And I'm speaking of not just 50 or 75%, I'm speaking of every single member of that community, which includes brown and Black people. Have you all read the definition of leadership? Because I have it pulled up right here. And a leader is a person who leads or commands a group, organization, or country. And sadly, I don't see any leaders on this governing body. Just a bunch of people talking. And what I've heard throughout this entire meeting is people patting each other on the back and telling everybody what a good job everybody's doing. And all the while, we have a community that's in dire need. The city's budget is being spent carelessly on things that don't benefit the community as a whole. There's a saying, a strong saying that I believe in: to much whom is given, much is required, and to whom much more is given, much more is required. You guys have the unique ability to do what's right by the citizens of Lawrence, and you choose not to. What you choose to do is sit by with your eyes wide shut and just allow things to happen in your community to Black men and women at disproportionate rates. You guys are sitting back and letting them imprison the Black men, such as Rontaris Washington, who spent 5.5 years with no retrial, no conviction, just to wither away and just sit there year after year like he is less than a human being with no rights. You all allowed the courts to set a bond that you knew would be too hard for anyone to cover. Many of you know that the trial was set on the foundation of poor policing, poor investigating, and misconduct of the courts. But again, the leaders decided it's not your business. If it's not your business, then whose business is it? If it's not you to stand up for your citizens, then whose is it? If you aren't ready to stand up and lead all of your community members, then I ask you to stand down and let someone else step up in the role who's ready to do all those things and serve the entire community. But we all know by setting high bonds only aids in the corruption between the city, the judicial courts, and the police department, which affords all the ability to build shiny new police departments that foster and aid and abet in the illegal charging and conviction of young men like Rontaris Washington Jr. and Albert Wilson unjustly. So I plead that you guys hear me, that you hear the community's cries to step in and do what's right. Thank you.
Chris Flowers, go ahead and unmute, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. My first thought would be after deny is why not just move public comment first and then do consent after that? I would do proclamations first, just to get it out of the way for those that are doing them. But then after proclamation, do consent agenda. And then also I want to say about my problem with having a specific end time and then doing a special session is what about people who work nights? Like if, how are they supposed, like if you ended it to the meeting right now and said, we're going to finish it tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to attend because I work nights and I work tomorrow. So, I mean, that only benefits people, like having a special meeting only benefits those that work like 9 to 5 jobs so they can go to bed early. And if the problem is that the meetings are going too long, then we should just go back to having 4 a month. Why keep it at 3 and a special one if things go long? Because that special ones could come up not without much time for people who would need to get it off to plan for. But if there was just 4 meetings a month, then that would keep things from going too long. And also, I think executive sessions, that should only be done if you plan on ending them by 5:45. I think those should be at the end because that doesn't affect the public. That's just mainly affecting city staff, and city staff's getting paid to do this. So I think that should be at the end. And also when it comes to decorum, I think we should let people criticize our city manager. I think he's doing okay. I'm not criticizing him, but I know when people have tried to, it's address the commission. But my thing is the city manager, isn't he a public figure? I think he is. Like he's like when we're looking at our city government, it was like city commission / city manager is our form of government. So why is it fair that we can only criticize the commissioners and not the city manager when he's part of our city government? I can understand not calling out like other city employees, but the city manager, he's kind of the head. So I think people should be able to call him out. And I just want to, when it comes to decorum, I think we should let people tell the commissioners fuck off if they want to. I don't do it, but everyone has their own version of what they think is acceptable speech, and commissioners and I think the city manager kind of signed up just to get the people's irateness when they're unhappy. So that's just some of my thoughts. But especially, I think before you go to having an end time and doing a special meeting, we should at least go to 4 meetings a month, because I don't think that's really fair for people who work at nights. Thank you.
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. Is there anyone else who would like to
comment on this item? If so, please indicate by raising your hand or using the raise hand feature. This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. Mayor, it looks like that's all the comment on this item.
Mayor Finkel, thank you. And we will bring it back to the commission. And I guess I'd ask the commission, do you have comments in general, or would it be good to put back up the slides and kind of go through them one by one? How would you like to proceed?
This is Commissioner Nanda. Maybe more organized to go through it by the slides and have a conversation with them one by one, and inevitably those will bleed together over time.
I think I was leaning that way myself. Sherry, maybe if you could bring back up the slides, or Porter, I guess you were controlling that, and we can just start at the top and go down.
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. I'm assuming you'll want to start
More with the discussion items, or do you want to just?
Yes.
Okay. So go one more. There we go.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. I would open this item up for commissioner comment.
This is Commissioner Nanda. I think that this is one that I commented on. I don't think that there is an ideal time to have meetings. I think it's going to impact folks whenever we were to do that. But I do think that when we have good meeting management, we are able to set an end time, at least some kind of parameters around which an end time might occur. And we can't always predict, the level of public engagement on an item. We can't always predict what the level of commissioner engagement on an item will be. But I do think that if we set an end time based on our agenda, I don't think it necessarily would have to be the same every meeting, but to have a motion to continue that, I think would be appropriate. I think that there is a point at which it is not valuable for us to continue in dialogue after a certain hour of the day. I think science would back that up, the capacity of our ability to engage. Some of us have full-time jobs and are parents, and that has to be a consideration as well. Getting up at 6 a.m. to start the day, getting kids to school, getting to work, I think is important as well. So I think that it should at least be a dialogue that we have. I think that there's nothing wrong with moving to extend a meeting if we're, still have one item left or just have the city manager's report left. I don't think that there would be a lot of consternation around finishing those, but I do think that having that is helpful not only for ourselves, but also for the expectations of our community.
Mayor Finkel, other comments on that? I guess, I know the Planning Commission, I believe they still have this rule. When I was on it for 6 years, we had this rule and we had an end time. And it was pretty rare that we didn't extend the meeting. And at some points it got, interesting. I extended for 10 minutes, because people wanted to go home. And then we had to extend for 10 more minutes. But setting an expectation, I certainly think I'm not opposed to, but I'd like to talk a little bit more about having to make a motion to extend it. Though I would say one other thing, maybe related to this, was or is, I understand what Chris was talking about and others. I'm not sure about recessing just to another random day or time. It could be that if we thought this was a concern, we could set that fourth Tuesday, not as another meeting necessarily, but as it's 10 o'clock, let's move these 3 items to the fourth Tuesday of the month, or move this item to the fourth Tuesday of the month. Again, I wouldn't expect that to be, things like, the city manager's report, just to have another meeting. But if there was an agenda item we just weren't going to get to, we could maybe move that to the fourth Tuesday, just a thought, as opposed to some other random day or time.
Commissioner Nanda, I appreciate that suggestion.
This is Commissioner Boley. I'm concerned that if we recess to another day or time, that we need to have a regular day to move to, not random, but just say, if we don't get this done, we're coming back tomorrow night, or we're coming back on Thursday night. You know, just have, and not saying, oh, we'll get it at the end of the month. Because a lot of times we have business that needs to get done. And I don't want to incentivize somebody to, you know, manipulate our meetings so that we don't get something and then we move it down 3 weeks away or whatever. So I think we need to have a fixed agreement as to what the recess would be too, rather than just leaving it up to the moment.
Mayor Finkel, I have no thoughts on that.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Shipley. Yeah, when I thought about Planning Commission, the only time I saw them in the years I've been watching, that they had to vote to put the time off several times was when they were working on Plan 2040, and they had a little bit of a deadline. They'd obviously been working on it for many years. I do recall on one particular night that they put the time off more than once. So that kind of confuses me a little bit. As you said, it doesn't happen very often there, but if you can put it off, it makes me wonder what value it has. If we want to move something to finish an item on another time, I have to agree, it's a hardship to say that come back the next day. I can only think of one time that happened, and it was just dumb luck that I was able to go. And I'm sure it was a hardship for most of the other people that were trying to go to that meeting, at the drop of a hat at 10 o'clock at night, change all their plans so that they could be at a meeting the next day. So I do have a concern about the accessibility if we do that.
This is Commissioner Ananda. Commissioner Bully, so am I perceiving like the potential for some kind of like a filibuster just until the time is up and then we move it because we don't want to talk about it that night? Is there a way to talk about putting that on the next meeting's agenda if it is time constrained, or ensuring that it is addressed at that fourth meeting of the month?
This Commissioner Bully, I have no interest in a fourth meeting on the regular fourth meeting in the month. And I think Commissioner Ananda, you may be reading my notes. The word filibuster is on my notepad.
Mayor Finkel, Commissioner Lawson, I think you've turned your video around or something, or we can't see you. I'm not sure what we're looking at there, but there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess and Commissioner Lawson might want to jump in here, but again, I would tend to say that I would rather finish things up and get them done rather than move them on. You know, maybe I had more experience on the Planning Commission when meetings went late than I've had on the City Commission, but I know you guys prior to me being on had some really late meetings. And so, you know, I'm certainly open to it. But I guess I found we had set like the Planning Commission, you know, ended at 10 o'clock or something, and we were regularly extending it every time. And it almost became a hassle just to, you know, kind of like, you know, just to extend. But again, I'm open to other alternatives. I'm just not sure what those would be.
This is Commissioner Bully. I want to talk about that fourth meeting of the month. There was a reason that we changed from that. Maybe several, but one of the things that I recall is that, you know, it was better utilization of staff time to work on other things than meeting preparation. So when you have a couple of weeks where the staff is not having to prepare for meetings, they can actually get other things done, that was a good thing. And it was actually a boon to the productive nature of our staff. And I think that there's something to that, having experienced both ways. I think it provides us with a chance to do other things as well ourselves. And I would really encourage us to try to get these things done. I think perhaps changing from a work session on the second Tuesday and having a combination of regular agenda items and work session items will actually help us out with that. So I think that there may be other changes that we can do that would help us deal with these difficulties.
Vice Mayor Shipley, yeah, I appreciate that staff has come to utilize that time at the end of the month. However, I would say, let's play this out. Let's say there's an item tonight that we just couldn't get to. Staff will have already had all of their agenda items and all their packet ready. You're just moving it to a different day. So I'm not sure you're creating new work for staff that in theory they would have already had done on time.
Mayor, could I just interject a quick comment? This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. The reason that was included in a potential recommendation is because a lot of the time
policies that other cities have just have an option that if the consensus can't be reached to extend the meeting, that is an option. Again, not necessarily something we need to include. It just, I think, provides an out or an option if you have a time limit and the commission doesn't come to a consensus to extend the time.
This is Commissioner Bullock. I think that in the past, we have actually adjourned a meeting and said, we'll come back tomorrow. I can recall one time that we did that. So I guess my point is, I'd rather have a defined fallback if we decide to adjourn rather than just go, oh, let's do it on the fourth Tuesday.
Mayor Finkeldye, yeah, I guess I was thinking that having an option of the fourth Tuesday would be better than the next day. I would have a difficult time reserving both every Wednesday after every Tuesday, just in case we might have something roll over. Whereas if I was only going to reserve one extra day, that would be easier for me than reserving every Wednesday or every Thursday of the first 3 weeks of the month, I guess.
Vice Mayor Shipley, also we've sort of recently learned that there's basically a meeting of one of our advisory boards more or less once a day, the whole year, 365 days a year, there's a meeting. It works out. So we may have a problem with another group already having the room.
Mm-hmm.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I don't have any issues with the idea of possibly having an end time for a meeting. I'm relatively satisfied with how it works now, and I know for some commissioners in the audience that just doesn't work, and I respect that and am willing to, do whatever it takes to make it more workable for them. But if we do decide to go with an end time on a meeting and we're going to have to move items to the whatever time, I would also be very much interested in making sure that's a fixed time and not just random. I mean, one thing we could possibly do is move it to the next Tuesday meeting and just have that as part of an agenda item. I just don't want to make it random so that it makes it difficult for folks to schedule it, because we want to make sure we have allow access for the public as much as possible.
Mayor Finkeldye, I would agree that I would think it'd be a Tuesday that we have a meeting rather than moving it, as Commissioner Bully said, just to the end. I would love to reserve that day and not have that meeting. I think if we could move it to the next week, that'd be good. I just think having a set date. Again, so far, it's been different. You know, I haven't been on as long as some, but we haven't had that many late meetings that I would see that coming up very often. But you never know.
Commissioner Arson, I would like to add, I am not at all interested in having that fourth Tuesday of the month be any sort of meeting at all. Because I agree with Commissioner Bowley that my recollection is that the biggest issue there, one of the larger issues, was the fact that it gave staff more options or more opportunities to get different work done. It kind of gave them a break, essentially, is what I recall. So I am definitely not interested in changing that aspect of our schedule.
This is Commissioner Arnetta. I do think that if we are to use the fourth Tuesday option, and I, you know, as far as the commitment I made when I joined the commission, Tuesdays are what I have an entire evening blocked out for, and I do not schedule anything on Tuesdays that I can avoid except for my day job. I think that using that fourth Tuesday as the absolute last resort would be reasonable, but I don't think that another evening or daytime, like Vice Mayor was saying, there are meetings scheduled. We have other obligations, et cetera, that bumping them to the next meeting would be the preference. And if that is just impossible, and the exception to the rule would be that fourth meeting would be what I would say maybe the fair compromise.
Mayor Finkel, I guess I would agree with Commissioner Ananda, and I would hope never to use it. And I would hope we'd be able to do it otherwise, but I guess that's a possibility. And I guess what we're doing here is we're going to ask staff to bring us back some options based upon our conversation. And I guess what I'm hearing is we're open to an end time. We don't want it to be so set in stone that we can't finish up our work and avoid a moving to a time that the public and ourselves are not expecting it, but maybe to find a fallback date just in case.
Just Commissioner Bowley, you know, one of the things that many times people do is they wait through our entire meeting to be able to talk to something, talk to a specific issue. So if we go through the entire meeting and then we say, oh, by the way, we're going to do that on the fourth Tuesday, that could be a real problem. I'm just put it that way.
Mayor Finkel, I'll say that's one of the main reasons when I was on the planning commission, we almost never kicked something off. We always just extended the meeting because people were waiting around and applicants were there, and we just said, we're going to push through. And we had lots of meetings back in the day till 11, 12, 1, 2 in the morning. And that was not fun. I don't suggest it, but it is what happened. So other thoughts or consensus here? Any more direction for staff on this one?
This is Sherry. I wanted to just quickly speak to, I agree with Commissioner Bully, certainly. I also think that there's some responsibility in governance where we have to be operating at a responsible capacity as well. And I know some folks are total night owls and others are not. And, you know, if we were to have a meeting until 1 a.m. and then have 3 more items on the agenda, there's no way that we would be responsibly governing at that point, in my opinion. So there's a balance there, I think, for sure. And part of that comes in just being able to anticipate what we're going to have folks there to speak to, particularly if it's going to be a large item. There may be instances in which we just want that to be the single item about which we discuss.
I guess my suggestion, Mayor, would be that this Commissioner Bowley, that we move on through this as we craft our recommendations.
Mayor Finkel, I agree. Sherry, you jumped in there. Did you have anything to say before we move on to the next item?
Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. I was just going to suggest that perhaps, some of the other items that you may want to make decisions on regarding the meeting, and it doesn't appear to me there's consensus on the end time, it's something you could adopt at a later time or consider after you decide about the regular agenda, the other items on the list.
Mayor Finkel, thank you for that. Why don't we go ahead and go to the next screen and we can work that in as we finish.
Mayor Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. I guess if you have any other comments or direction to us on this, that would be good. Most of the recommendations are not really, there's something staff plans to do, no real direction or action item for you all. Unless you would
Mayor
like
Finkel.
us to change when we post the agenda.
Mayor Finkel, any comments on this?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Shipley, I didn't take this to mean that you wanted us to change it from Thursday at 4 o'clock. I took this to mean, for example, I think there were 2 different presentations for this evening that didn't appear on our agendas until later, like Monday and Sunday, whatever. And if I read them right away on Thursday when they come out, and then I have to be constantly refreshing and checking if something new has been added. That's the way I took this. Does anyone else have a similar concern sometimes?
Commissioner Larson, I have the same concern, and sometimes we don't get the presentation at all until the actual meeting when a staff comes up with the PowerPoint. My request would just be that all that material is posted at the time that the agenda is posted to the public, so we can have all that information to digest.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I guess I just would want to check before I sort of make that sweeping statement. It does seem like it's PowerPoint presentations a lot, and I admit I am not great at making those. I suppose maybe that's the thing that people wait to do last. So I don't, maybe if Craig or anybody would want to weigh in here and say if we're being unreasonable.
This City Manager Craig Owens, not unreasonable at all. That's what we strive for. It's always it always gets to be a balance of, well, there's one more thing, or we found something else, or we're responding to a question or concern that was raised. It's a good one. We want you all to know about it. And so that's a lot of what it is. But not having the base materials in the packet isn't what we strive for, and isn't what you should normally expect. It would be just a rare exception when something like that should happen, and we're working on that.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I would say a lot of times the PowerPoint is simply a summary and a way to publicly present the information that is included in the report. So the only time that I struggle with the addition of a PowerPoint later, which, as someone who regularly trains, speaks to classes, et cetera, that is the last thing I'm working on, because all of the information is out there. It is available. It's just a summarization so that I can speak to the folks who need to hear it in a different way, I guess. So if that information contains stuff that isn't in the report that I can't read by reading the report, then I would feel differently. When it is a summarization, like for example, this item has information that is not in a report. I think that's different from something that is just merely for presentation purposes.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I just find the PowerPoints to be very helpful because it gives me an idea of how staff is sort of what angle they're going to take with the report. Often, or no, I shouldn't say often, but there are times that I've gone back looking at the PowerPoint and then gone back into the report and found that some of the data isn't being presented in the PowerPoint that to me was very important and could sway my decision making. So I think it's important to have the PowerPoint as soon as possible so I can understand better how they're going to present this material that's in a detailed report.
Mayor Finkeldine, I think we, based upon these comments and Craig's comments, I think we know where we're heading on that one. How about the next page? One more, yeah. Consent agenda, talk about that first. I know this maybe is one I brought up, maybe others did as well. You know, I think there's two things we could do here, and I like both of the recommendations. One would be that, you know, allow for comments. And I think if no one pulls an item, and again, you know, when someone makes a motion under Robert's Rules of Order, you make a motion, there's a second, and then you can discuss the motion. I mean, I think you could, with the consent items, say, you know, there's a motion, there's a second, any comments on the consent, and someone could say, you know, boy, I really, really liked, you know, item 8BI, thanks for including that information. It's something the public should be aware about. And, you know, any other comments, you know, yeah, 7, you know, 6B, you know, that's an important one. I'm glad that information, and then you can vote on it. And then you wouldn't have to pull the item, you wouldn't have to have a separate motion, but then someone could make a comment, a commissioner could make a comment about it without pulling it. I think that could speed it along.
Commissioner Boley, you know, I think what we're talking about is exactly what I did tonight when I pulled off B9I. I really didn't want to pull that off, but the only way I could talk about it was to pull it.
Yes. Mayor Finkel, I agree. And I think we've had that a couple times where either other people, I know Commissioner Shipley has done a few times where she just wanted to highlight something out of the report and we had to pull it just to highlight it. So I think that would be a more effective way to do it. And we did it after a motion. We could just make those comments and then we could vote, and that could speed it along.
Vice Mayor Shipley, I like that idea. I just want to make sure we don't have to, if we do it that way, we don't have to have public comment on it as well, do we? Will we not really save time if we still have to do public comment?
Mayor Finkel, I would not expect to do public comment. At that point, you've made a motion and a second, and therefore it's just our discussion. So this, and again, we're not asking questions or debating it. We're just making comments on it. Obviously, staff or Tony could correct me if they think I'm wrong on that, but I think that would allow us to talk about them and not pull them. And then on pulling the items, I do think we should, when we pull an item, we can either place it somewhere on the agenda. You know, that could be at the beginning of the regular agenda, or it could be at the end of the regular agenda, you know, depending on what we're pulling and why. But I think we could move it if we know it's going to be a big discussion or a lengthy discussion, or we just want to do so, we can move it after the regular scheduled agenda items. We did that the other day. I can't remember on what item, and I thought that was pretty effective to move it. I don't even think we moved it to the end. We moved it to the middle of the agenda. And again, we could tell by what's on the agenda where the appropriate place was for that. So to me, that would be a way to do that. Now, sometimes we might want to take it up right then. It's a short item. We might say, let's take it up at the number 1 on the regular agenda. Other times we could put it at the end, but if we move it that way, then I think we could have a little more control over it.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I appreciate the "it depends" piece to that, because I'm an attorney and I like the answer "it depends," but also it does on the context of what our meeting looks like and who's engaged in that item and whether or not it's just us. I do wonder if there's space in this conversation to talk about where public comment goes, because it's not elsewhere on here. And I think that these two are interrelated, and perhaps that placing those items that are pulled at least beyond public comment would be reasonable. But I think there's probably a compelling argument to be made for moving general public comment prior to the consent agenda as well. I know folks show up because they have, you know, something they see as a rote approval that they just want to see get through. So I think there's an argument for that as well, but I wanted to hear other folks' thoughts.
Mayor Finkel, my thought is by moving them all to the regular agenda, again, the only thing that does is puts them behind public comment. But that way, I mean, tonight we had public comment that went for, 10 or 15 minutes. As often if you have 5 people at 3 minutes each, that's 15 minutes. And if you have a bunch of people just waiting on consent items, including our staff members, I still think let's get those out of the way. Agenda, pull the consent, then you move everything to the regular agenda, allow public comment, and then you can do the consent in one. You can do it first, you can do it in the middle, you can do it at the end, depending on what the agenda is and what the item is. So my thought.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I don't think I have really any huge thoughts on this, because it just seems to me what we're talking about, it winds up being 6 of one, half a dozen of another, just depending on how you order it. So either way, it's going to take the same amount of time. It's just a matter of how it's ordered.
Mayor Finkel, I think that's what Commissioner Ananda and I are saying, is if we allow it with the depends answer, it allows us to put it where we think it seems best on that night. I mean, we've had some nights where we didn't start the regular agenda until 7 o'clock. And that didn't seem fair to the people who were on the regular agenda. But on some meetings, maybe what's on the agenda would be something like this, and we would have done all the consent before we got to the regular agenda, because the 2 items were ones that mainly involved us. So I think but the way it works now, we have to take them up right away, and I think that limits us. And I think we want to avoid, at least give ourselves some options there. Mayor Finkeldye, sounds like we have, at least, again, we want to see this all back, so we don't have to decide tonight, but we can see where we're going with that. Commission items, again, I just think we say commission items, not commission agenda, commission work session, commission item. Seems simple enough.
This is Commissioner Hernandez. So I would like to give some backstory on the reason that we have pulled those out. I think that when Commissioner Larson was mayor and I was vice mayor, we were just talking about how there had been this perception that the mayor sets the agenda, or how that works, and that there was a very concerted and intentional effort to bring that back as the commission's agenda. But there was, I think, not a culture of doing that on the commission. And so by breaking those 3 items out, in probably the first year and a half I was on the commission, we regularly did not have anything brought up during those items. And so pulling those out was a way to just engage us more on talking about that and bringing those items forward and really owning and acknowledging, including approving the agenda, which is something that we didn't do before either. That it was just a way for us to take ownership of our agenda. I think that is no longer a perception or an issue that we are dealing with. So I think that it might be a space to remove that from the agenda if others feel that's appropriate.
It's Commissioner Bully. I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Ananda, and I concur.
Vice Mayor Shipley, so I want to clarify, Commissioner Ananda, you want to remove it completely, or you're just okay with calling it one item?
Commissioner Ananda, yeah, I still think we need to have commission items. I think that's really important that we continue to drive that. I just don't think that there's the misperception that we don't anymore. Yeah, thank you for that.
Mayor Finkeldye, looks like, oh, Commissioner Larson, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, yeah, I don't have any preference here at all. So I'm willing to do what folks want to do.
Mayor Finkeldye, okay. Next slide then, please, Porter. Executive sessions. Again, I guess if bullet point 1 meant to have an executive session at the beginning of the meeting, like a 5:45, I would not support that. I think I would be interested if it worked for commissioners, and not as a regular item, but as we try to schedule these. I wouldn't mind having a executive session at 5 o'clock that went for 45 minutes and then started the meeting, if that worked for people. I would not support having an executive session at 5:45 and pushing everyone back. I don't like that, but thoughts?
Commissioner Arson, I concur with that completely. I'd rather have it start before if it works with other folks' schedules.
Yeah, Commissioner Nanda, I would say the pandemic has created a different work situation for me than normal, but I do leave my job early on Tuesdays to get back in time, so it may not always work. But I think that if that's a regular expectation or we know that's coming, then we can schedule around that as much as possible.
Mayor Finkel, I think it sounds like we have some consensus, at least to give us that option in the resolution.
This Commissioner Bowley, I agree with that.
Okay, Mayor Finkeldye, I think we have some consensus on that. How about the next slide, Porter? This item would be turning that second meeting into a regular meeting so we could have some flexibility there, and then just doing our work sessions as an agenda item. I certainly favor that. I think giving us some flexibility on when to schedule things, especially things coming out of the Planning Commission, because we can't get them on that first meeting because they're too close in time. If they have depending on how those meetings fall, if we don't have a fifth week and we don't have enough time for the protest petition, and if we don't have a second meeting, that puts everything on the third meeting that has a Planning Commission thing. So I think having that second meeting flexibility is important. I like having the work sessions, and I think we can work hard to keep those available. And maybe in our minds consider that second meeting to have more work sessions than the other ones. But I certainly support this change, this flexibility change.
Commissioner Bowley, I like the idea of changing back to regular meetings on the second Tuesday. And, I think it's important that we deal with our agenda items that are urgent. And many times our work session items are important, but they're not urgent. So these would be the kinds of issues that we could defer to another meeting generally without, significant repercussions. And I appreciate having the work sessions, but I think it's important that we, deal with the items that are the issues that are urgent and make sure that we can get things going and keep things going.
This is Commissioner Arson. I'd be fine with this change. However, I just would like to emphasize that I would really want to keep having some of the work sessions as a whole on this second Tuesday of the month, just to make that consistent, that we reserve some time for that when feasible.
This is Commissioner Nandi. Yeah, I think that is a risk that we create when we don't have that meeting specifically designed for those, is that they're really easy to not do, and they can be easily deprioritized. Even though I think a lot of times that work that we're doing in those meetings, particularly if we utilize them effectively, is work that really impacts us long term. It's not sexy, it's not fun, it's not exciting. It's the stuff that dorks like me love, but it's really easy as a body to not do. So how can we make sure that we maintain that kind of prioritization for those items without constantly bumping them? I would want that to be a discussion again if that starts to occur.
This Commissioner Bowley, I see making this change as opening up all of our meetings to the possibility of having work sessions in them, not simply reserving the second Tuesday. So that for our attorneys, this does provide us more flexibility all the way around.
Mayor Finkelauer, we like flexibility. And I do think, the future agenda part of the city manager's report is a nice addition where it allows us every time to say, hey, that's a work session I want to have. Let's put that on the list, either in commissioner items or when that comes up in the city manager's report. So I think that's been a nice addition that will help. I mean, I agree, Commissioner Nanda, that's a concern that things slip away from us, but I think that report helps us put that in the forefront.
City Manager Craig Owens, Mayor, if I may, there was a feature here, it predated me, obviously, but I think it's in the resolution, and Sherry may jog the memory, but the work sessions are designed not for public comment, I think. Is that right in the existing resolution?
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Yes, it says work sessions, the governing body may designate any regular meeting as a work session. So if it's designated as a work session, then no work sessions, then there would be no public, I mean, they wouldn't make any binding action. But we're not designating the meeting as a work session is what we're talking about. That doesn't mean you couldn't have a section on the agenda with work session items, but technically they would be able to take action on those items.
Right. City Manager Craig Owens, what I'm asking is I think that the intention was that the work sessions would be a discussion amongst the commissioners and maybe getting clarification or questions answered from staff, but wouldn't be a public hearing or a time where you heard from the public. I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. My understanding was that was part of the resolution, maybe something that we want to clean up if that's not your intention.
This Commissioner Bowley, the practice was, as I recall it, that we would have presentation from staff, discussion among commissioners, and then at that point, we would take public comment. That, whether that's in the resolution or not, I think that's the practice that we came to.
City Manager Craig Owens.
Sorry, it says that they will take no binding action and may decline to take public comment, is what the resolution says. Not, it says they may decline.
City Manager Craig Owens. So I just, some of you may appreciate we're trying to match what the words say with the way we execute this. So I just remembered that as a feature that somebody had pointed out to me. So we can leave it the way it is. It gives you the option. We're talking about flexibility now. So we can certainly leave it that way. It was something, while we've got the hood up, I thought I'd mention.
Mayor Finkel, I mean, again, I was an attorney. I like the flexibility. I do see, as we talk about meeting management, if there was an issue that we were trying to get some information on and discuss and send it back, but we had other things on the agenda that we didn't want to take up, having that option to say, we're not taking any public comment on this, we're just, hearing some information. I mean, I think having that option there would help with meeting management.
This Commissioner Bowley, I guess I'd like to hear from commissioners whether you'd ratify the practice as it's been. I think that there's some value to that. I think the compromise really was that what we were trying to do, the focus was on, learning for the staff and for the commission around the issues, and less on public comment because we weren't taking binding action. And so we did include public comment because we think it's important for the public to be able to comment, but it's less significant when there's no binding action up front. So that, I'm interested in whether we should ratify that or somehow change it.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you. Yeah, I'm always gonna probably lean towards more engagement. And I can think of a couple examples where the public came forward with really important information early in the process and saved some time. And I can think of some times when the public came forward with really important information very late in the game and we wasted a lot of time. So I guess I'm leaning with the mayor here on keeping the flexibility so we can manage our time kind of as we see fit. But I will say I'm always going to lean towards hearing from people more often than not.
Commissioner Larson, that's about what I was going to say.
Mayor Finkel, sounds like we have some consensus on that. More flexibility, we like that. Okay, next slide then. this is talking about the virtual option. And I'm not, I mean, I think there's a couple issues we'll have to deal with as this goes forward. I know some options are available to us because of the declaration of emergency and some changes in the Open Meetings Act. And we'll just have to see how those play out in the long run about what our options are. But certainly to the extent that having an option of others, the public, our staff members, being able to listen in from home and then be able to answer questions, as staff or as public, who make it's easier for the public, a particular person in the public to be at home to make a public comment. I think we do want to allow those sorts of options. What we can do as a body, may be dictated by the state, but I certainly think maintaining our options, again, flexibility would be good.
This is Commissioner Arnando. Would it be appropriate in this space to talk about the option of continuing to submit written public comment for general public comment items? We changed that recently, and I think that it can provide some convenience for folks or some comfort, I guess, in some way for folks who aren't necessarily great at public speaking, where they still may want their comments to be publicly accessible on those general public comment items. I think that, the requirement that their name be included, things like that would be maintained, but I would like to be able to continue that if possible.
Mayor, this is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. On that item, we did have one comment.
And I believe it was Mr. Flowers. That's the only one that hasn't been attached, because that resolution, the intent of the temporary one was to go back to the normal proceedings where we do not allow that on general public comment. But in reviewing that temporary resolution, both public comment and general public comment have the same direction about written comment. So we have been including written general public comment on our agendas. Tonight there were some. I will say that historically, prior to COVID and the virtual meetings, we did not do that, because by attaching those written comments to the agenda, they're included in the agenda packet. So therefore, that section for general public comment is for individuals to speak to items that aren't on the agenda. And the thought is that submitting comments to be included in an agenda packet related to items that are not on the agenda, that's why we didn't include those previously. We started doing that because obviously we were discouraging the public from showing up to meetings and speaking in person, and also because initially we didn't have great options for participating through Zoom. It was new to all of us. But we are allowing that now, and we would just ask for direction on once, post-COVID, if that's something you would like us to continue to do.
Commissioner Nada, that's an interesting distinction. Thanks for bringing it up, Sherry.
Mayor Finkel, I guess again, I think it is a distinction. I think generally speaking, the difference between somebody sending us an email and someone officially wanting to be in public comment, obviously, maybe there's a more distinct procedure where someone submits, a public comment in that setting. But then again, like you said, that could get out of hand pretty quick. So we have to think about that.
Mayor Finkeldine, I'll take by the silence that we will look for staff to give us some input on that and maybe consider that, both the legal ramifications and any way we could, you know, control that. Control is the wrong word probably, but monitor that to be sure it doesn't get out of hand. So maybe, I mean, I think it is something we want to have some ability to rein in, just as we would both decorum or otherwise out of line or whatever in a public meeting when they're speaking to us. If we just say we'll publish anything anyone sends us, that's a problem. So we have to have some ability to manage that. But if, you know, if picking on somebody, if Michael Davidson wanted to have put what he was going to say tonight in written form to us, or supplement his, you know, his words with some facts or evidence, that doesn't seem like, you know, something we need to ban them from doing. But I guess I'd look to staff maybe to help us walk that line. Mayor Finkeldine, I'll take by the silence that we have consensus that we don't know what we want to do, and we'll pass it on to staff for the consideration at the next time we consider this. Okay, then, well, let's make sure, back to the virtual options. Are people comfortable allowing, you know, continuation? Again, let's fast forward a year from now and all 5 of us are sitting in the room. Are we open to having virtual options for people to attend, staff and public?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this Commissioner Boyle, I think we've learned some things through this, and you know, this is more accommodating from some members of the public, and we need to be open to that.
Commissioner Larson, I agree wholeheartedly.
Mayor Finkeldine, I think we all agree on that then. Okay, so to the extent we can, under the law, we'd like to keep those options open. Next slide, Porter.
Did it go? No. I can't get it to move.
Okay, you may have moved now.
There we go.
I would say one more.
Mayor Finkeldine, so again, I think this is internal to staff updating the template and allowing additional training. Any additional comments on this?
This is Commissioner Ananda. This is something that I think I've brought up a few times, probably not at a public meeting, but just in conversations, particularly with city managers. And I would say not even recently, but particularly when I was first on the commission, I think that we do a really good job of talking about, you know, the financial impact of every item that comes before us. That's a marked box within that. I think with our new strategic plan, particularly the ends that staff are using, there is an opportunity to create the habit of speaking to each of those items on a staff report. If there's no fiscal impact, they say no fiscal impact. I think that there are spaces in which we can put no equity impact, and I think that's going to be pretty rare, but I think that there might be an opportunity to speak to all of those things within that template, and that will get us into the habit and get staff into the habit of using that priority-based budgeting factors. And even as we're making these decisions, to remind us the core of what we're doing. So I fully support updating that template to ensure consistency, not only with between reports, but also with our city's goals and strategic plan.
Mayor Finkeldine, I agree with that. I mean, I know from my time on the Planning Commission, you know, of course, you have the golden factors. You had a nice layout and a template, and not only did it obviously consider the factors we had to consider, but it helped reading the report. I got much better at reading the report because I knew what was coming and what and how they compared, you know, from project to project. And I think again, if we did have a little more consistency in those strategic planning items, and we looked at those. We knew that those were things we wanted to consider. That would help us, from project to project, or ordinance to ordinance, or purchase from purchase, to kind of think about how those fit in together. So again, we do a lot of things. Templates are hard when talking about sanitation and planning and police and everything. But again, to the extent we can have a little consistency based on the strategic plan, I think that would be helpful.
This is Commissioner Larson, and I agree that consistency is important. The templates, I would be very interested to see what the template is, so I know where information is supposed to go. I know the planning, they use a nice template, but I've never seen exactly what's supposed to go into those various subsections. I just assume what they're putting in there is the correct information. So I wouldn't mind seeing some of those internal policies that are out there for how these reports are put together and where information is supposed to go. That would be real helpful for me as I go forward. As far as listing the where this specific item meets a strategic plan, the list that's provided, it doesn't really do much for me because I don't know exactly what the criteria they use to say that it meets this particular part of the plan. I would be interested in having more detail on that, but I don't know how much you want to get into that, but just listing those items doesn't really do anything for me.
The city manager, Craig Owens, we've really played with this a little bit, and so we've got 11 factors in our strategic plan. We've got the 5 outcome areas, and those are pretty straightforward. Some things aren't going to quite match up with that, but we're going to try and put those priorities in there. Then we've got another 6 that are the commitments, and the one that we are familiar with was the financial, right? So we're usually putting that in there. We've actually, in the draft, we've scripted some language so that we everybody's got to go in and fill in the blanks for what budget item does it, line item does it come from, what fund, is there, adequate funds to cover this item or purchase or whatever. That will not seem probably useful for things like a liquor license, for instance. It might, some of these, you're going to use up a lot of real estate when we start putting all of these on some of these. So we're going to try and use some common sense. But we recognize on 11 different things, if we're asking staff to go in and actually put text in and consider all of these things, there will be some that will seem like overkill. So some feedback as we go along and try this out is appreciated.
Mayor Finkel, yes, I think, like I said, that trial and error, and we can see what it looks like. I think it's a good attempt, and like you said, it won't fit for every category, and we can kind of play with that as we go along. But I certainly think putting those in the forefront of ourselves, the public, and the staff are certainly going to be helpful going forward. Mayor Finkel, I see nothing further on that. Next slide.
Mayor, if I could just make a few quick comments on this. Again, these are not necessarily
Things we need to do, specifically the decorum language and public comment we have. It was just in reviewing some of the things that other cities had. It might be worth considering changing our language, but again, we have language on both of those things.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. I think the first 2 bullet points make sense just to have something in there. I remember looking at the decorum language and I was pretty comfortable with it. I certainly know that some cities have done different things with the decorum. I also know some cities who've gotten sued over what they try to put in their decorum language. So I think we want to be pretty flexible on that, but I'm open to staff recommendations, but I guess I haven't seen a real problem on those 2, but again, I've only been on the commission for a short time, so I'm open to other comments, but.
This is Commissioner Ananda. I think that it can be, and I noticed that we do not define decorum from what I can see. And I think that's highly subjective. I think that when we're talking about like equity issues and access, expectations around decorum can be used as a tool to of silence, essentially. And so being very careful and acknowledging that and having a discussion around that, I think may be important as we talk about decorum and in general public comment. I think that, you know, some folks would say, I don't think that we shouldn't be allowed to say whatever. Other times there have been statements made that were absolutely appalling to me, but may not be to others. And so how do we deal with that? How do we have a conversation around that? How do we set expectations around that? Is all really good dialogue to have, I think. But most importantly, I think making sure that we're applying this equitably, providing equitable access, which is frankly different from equal access. And that's part of that conversation too.
Mayor Finkler, I think that was certainly well said, and I think it's like you said, I think keeping it open and flexible so we encourage participation, not limit it, is the important part. So, but I guess we can look to staff to if they have any recommendations, and we can have that good discussion. Any other comments on this page?
This is City Manager Craig Owens. We didn't really talk about it at the staff level, but it kind of comes up here in decorum, but also security and safety, which can mean different things to different people too. So we will kind of talk about, I think this might be a standalone item we bring back to you for deeper dive. We'll try and tease some of that out, but some of the safety and security of the people that are attending our meetings and that are trying to participate, those are important, as well as the participants that include you and the staff members that are here. Those are all things that also kind of fit into this category. So we'll spend some time looking at those and try and bring some things forward. And it may be everything's just fine here, but I do think that safety and security aspects are in there as well.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you for that, and agree. Anything else on this slide or the next slide? Or I think we're getting close to the end here. That would be it. Any comments, reflections now that we've been through all of them? Any comments anyone wants to say, or anything they were thinking that they haven't had a chance to say on this? Sherry or Craig, anything we're missing here that we should talk about before we move on?
This is City Manager Craig Owens. I don't think we have anything else. We kind of outlined some general categories. If you have any other ideas, though, we certainly are open to those. And I guess I just wanted to make sure that you all know we have broad kind of latitude on how we conduct these meetings. So, you know, we respect traditions, and there's a reason why some of these all look the same when you go city to city to city, because they kind of work time and it's an expectation of the participants as well. But we can try some things, and if they don't work, we can make some adjustments. So I would just encourage us to kind of look at that, but don't feel stuck in anything that we decide to do procedurally.
Mayor Finkeldine, thank you for that. Okay, I think that concludes that regular agenda item. Would you like to get through the other items, take a break, and then do executive session, or take a break now and then finish the items up? Keep going, then we'll push through these items, and then we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll do executive session. We'll come back and move to go into executive session at that point. So, commission items, all three of them at once, since I've got the floor, I'll just say that. Do we have commission items?
Vice Mayor Shipley, I did want to remind us or bring up again we want to try to organize a joint meeting with the county. I think you asked me to remind you. I'm reminding you now.
Yes, Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that. I do think we want to schedule a meeting with a joint meeting, especially with the county commission. And Craig, I assume you can work on that with the other staff.
City Manager Craig Owens, yes, we will. I'll reach out to the county administrator and we'll work on that.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Other commission items? See none, we'll go to the city manager's report.
City Manager Craig Owens, I'll just draw your attention to the updated report on winter shelter. We obviously have had some better luck now that we've had some experience with it. We are helping over 3,000 people through this period of time, and again, it is working much better than it had at the initial stages, and it's helping people. I do believe that also we're trying to provide some relief, knowing that it's going to be especially cold coming up this next weekend, for some relief during the day as well. So if you have any questions, we're certainly here. I know Derek is poised to respond to any questions you might have.
Mayor Finkel, questions on the city manager's report? I would just echo, I appreciate the work that Parks and Rec is doing, as well as the folks we're working with, John and Tony, working at the shelter. They have, made some significant changes and have made a big difference. And it's a good teamwork, and appreciate the changes, and look forward to anything you can do this weekend as well. Questions, comments? I will open this up to public comment. Note that it is public comment on these 3 items. If you have a comment on any of these 3 items, you can raise your hand, and Sherry will call upon you.
This is Sherry Redeman, City Clerk.
Mayor, no one has raised their hand to provide comment.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you. Then we'll go to the calendar. Any comments on the calendar, any additions?
Mayor, this is Sherry Redeman, City Clerk. I did want to ask, I don't think this is going to be an issue, but in the past, commissioners have at times chosen to not have a meeting in March, or move the meeting. I'm assuming that isn't something that you all are interested in response to spring break. I know we've canceled that meeting, and it's been a part of the calendar at the beginning of the year. We did not remove that, but I just wanted to make sure. It was brought to my attention, so I wanted to make sure that if that was something you all wanted to do, that we addressed it before we had items scheduled.
Mayor Finkel, I wish there was such a thing as spring break anymore, but yeah, does anyone have conflicts of made big travel plans or anything? Unfortunately not. Okay. Well, then I think we can leave it on the agenda and proceed accordingly. Thank you, Sherry, for bringing that up. Okay. Seeing nothing else on the calendar, my suggestion would be we take a 10-minute break, and those watching will come back, and then we're going to immediately move into a 1-hour executive session, or actually a 70-minute executive session. But first we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll return at 8:58. about ready to come back?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Coming back from break. Take roll call here. Vice Mayor Shipley,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Boley,
Here.
Commissioner Nanda.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Finkel, we're all back. And I think I'm looking for a motion to move to executive session.
Commissioner Bowley, I move that we recess into executive session for approximately 70 minutes, of which 10 minutes shall be used to discuss potential litigation, and 60 minutes shall be used to discuss contracts, all of which shall involve privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7345 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Finkel, aye. There was a motion by Commissioner Boley, a second by Commissioner Lawson. Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Mayor Finkel, aye. Aye. We will be in the executive session until, looks like that'd be 10:10.
I thought you'd done this before.
I will, coming back from executive session, I'll take roll call quickly. Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Ananda?
Here.
Commissioner Lawson?
Here.
Bishop?
Here.
Mayor Finkeldine is here. We are back from executive session, have nothing to report. Look for a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Bowley, move to adjourn.
Commissioner Second.
Mayor Finkeldine, we had a lot of consensus on that motion.
Do we need to vote?
Commissioner Bully, second by Commissioner Nanda. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Nanda?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Lawson?
Aye.
Mayor Finkeldine, aye. Adjournment passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you next week. No Groundhog Day.
And we're out.